Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Chad Oman. I'll be your captain this morning. Welcome to our flight from Edmonton to Winnipeg on to Toronto. We're flying a simulated Alberta Health Services air ambulance. This is the Beechcraft King Air 300i. Normally, AHS does fly the King Air 200. Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't have a 200, but just for example, this is what we're looking at here. So this would be the similar plane that they fly, so you can see a lot of similarities between these two planes. They generally do regular flights from northern Alberta into Edmonton, as well as central Alberta into Calgary and southern Alberta into Calgary. Generally on appointments. They're not flying emergent patients usually. So you can see here is another one and another one. This is kind of an older one. You can tell by the graphics on the tail. And here's inside. It's normal you would have a couple seats and one spot for the stretcher to get the patient in. If the patient's well enough, then they wouldn't use a stretcher and they'd have some extra room, and that would be for those regular appointments. So yeah, that is what we're flying today. Thanks for joining me. So far, we've raised $270 out of our $600 goal for today. I can't thank everyone enough. I'm really excited that we're going to be able to get some coffee out to our critical care teams in ICUs and emergency departments. I'm really excited. These folks are working their absolute hardest right now, and in the worst of the fourth wave and of COVID, and this is just really great. So thank you so far to everyone who's donated. If you haven't and you'd like to, there is the link here you can see on the stream. It's a little small, but you can kind of see it, or you can check out my Twitter at Chad Oman, and you can find links there as well to do that as well. So let's get started here. We're going to, of course, warm up the plane here first and make sure that we take off. So we'll turn on some avionics and some lights so we can see. And of course, we're on battery power, so we're going to switch that. There we go. All right, so first what we're going to do is we're going to get our clearance from air traffic control. So first we want to hear the AHS, hear what the weather's like.
Edmonton Airport information, Echo 17000 Zulu. Wind 134 at 25.
A little gusty.
Visibility greater than 20 miles.
Okay.
Sky conditions
14 degrees.
Clear. Temperature 14. Dew point 10.
Altimeter.
Altimeter 29.57.
Okay. So we're going to contact Edmonton Ground, grab our clearance here.
Edmonton Ground, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 IFR to Winnipeg, ready to copy. CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
So we are climbing to 11,000 feet.
Takeoff runway.
So we'll set our autopilot already. Just set our altitude bug here.
Frequency is 134.7 squawk 4517.
You can see here on the display here, I'm changing this little indicator right there. So I'll try to use, explain some of these systems as well. So there we go, we're set to that. I'm going to turn on some. I guess I should acknowledge. They're really impatient. Okay.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 cleared to Winnipeg Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 12 climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Departure on 134.7 squawk 4517. CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.7 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Good day. All right, we'll start our first engine. I'm just going to pull up our checklist as well here just to make sure we're doing everything right. Prop RPM levers at max RPM. Condition levers at fuel cutoff. I want to make sure I did that. Yep, you betcha. Oh, fuel cutoff. Oh, I guess we're starting the engine, so we're going to want that on.
Condition levers.
Alright, awesome. Rate generators on. Okay, we're going to go ahead and switch to there. Alright, now we're going to start our left engine. Pitot heat. Make sure we and turn on lights. I guess we should do that as well. All right. We are well on our way. And we'll just make sure I did it all right. Have our co-pilot check our work.
Right condition lever. Low idle when 12% and 1 minute. ITT and N1.
Looks good.
Monitor. Right oil pressure. Check.
Good.
Right ignition and engine start.
Yep.
Off at 50% and 1 or above. Right condition lever. High idle. Right
idle.
Generator. On. Left engine start.
Turn off our starter. Okay, we have a plane configured. And we'll go ahead and go to our after start. Avionics are on, lights are on. Alright, we are good to go. So we're going to just do a quick pushback with some reversers. And then get our taxi.
Edmonton ground, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 with Echo ready to taxi IFR. CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 taxi to and hold short of runway.
Brakes are a little sensitive, hey? I did that on stream. That's great. Well, let's just get that started again. Wow. That is the joys of a flight simulator. That's hilarious. We're going to go ahead and use the checklist since we've already been here. Get some lights on here. That's embarrassing. Get our clearance again.
Edmonton ground, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 IFR to Winnipeg ready to copy. CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 is cleared to Winnipeg Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 12 climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Departure frequency is 134.7 squawk 0701.
System test. Okay.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 cleared to Winnipeg Airport.
We're going to get our pushback now.
Takeoff runway 12 climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Departure on 134.7 squawk 0701.
That's hilarious.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 read back correct. Contact ground on 121.7. Good day.
Alright, so we are configured. That's good. Auto prop. And we'll push back. almost there. Okay, I think we can tell her to stop. And today, because it is an air ambulance, these are generally really heavy planes. They're pretty weighed down. We do have, you know, a significant amount of fuel, about 60% of what we can, you know, if we filled the tanks, and that's as a result of all this extra weight in the back. So we are pretty well taking off at the max takeoff weight of 16,500 pounds. Alright, so we're going to get our taxi clearance.
Edmonton ground, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 with Echo ready to taxi IFR. CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 taxi to and hold short of runway 12 via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 118 decimal tree when ready.
A little bit of speed here. Alright, and we're off. And generally the speed limit on taxiways is about 20 knots. It is 20 knots, it's not about. So we'll have to monitor that as we go along. This plane really likes to take off.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911, please acknowledge. Taxi to and hold short runway 12 via taxiway Alpha CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
And we do have a wind, I think, coming out of the north here. So we, the hangar that we were at there, that's actually the STARS and AHS ambulance hangar. It's located on the south part of the airport at the Edmonton International. Actually, if you drive by on the Highway 2 and you take a look out, you can see that hangar, and it says STARS on the side of the building. And that's generally where the helicopters and a couple of the fixed-wing airplanes are. They have a couple of the fixed-wing airplanes, at Peace River. There's also at High Level as well. They do regular flights out of Prince George to bring patients into Grand Prairie. And because I don't have rudder pedals, I'm using a on-off brake system. So it normally wouldn't be this jerky back and forth, but as a result of only having a joystick, that is where we're at. So we're taking off runway 12 today, headed out to the east. And runway markings, where they get the number 12 from, they just don't willy-nilly name these runways. It's actually using the degrees on the compass to label these runways. So 12 is 12 degrees on the compass. Looks like we're getting close to the end of our taxi here. Again, this stream is in support of our amazing critical care teams in Edmonton, and as well as Calgary and Red Deer, to help bring some coffee and some treats to them as they work incredibly hard to take care of all of us as we go through this unnecessarily cruel wave, the fourth wave of the coronavirus pandemic. Hospitals are very, very full right now, and doctors and nurses are feeling a lot of pressure to provide the absolute best care, as they always do, to Albertans. I've read that there are hospitals at capacity or nearly at capacity. We are running out of some drugs as well that are used to treat COVID-positive patients. I know they've ordered some, but it does take time for that to come in, and we can only have so much on hand in a province at once, I can imagine. All right, we're coming up to the end of our taxi. We're going to go ahead and turn left onto the approach to the runway. Here is the hold shore lines for runway 12. We're going to go ahead and pull right up here onto the lines, and we'll set the parking. We're going to go ahead and tune to Edmonton Tower. First, we're going to make sure that all of our controls are free and clear. Awesome, and we'll go ahead and request our takeoff clearance. We're going to check to make sure we don't have any traffic coming this way. And this way. Looks like things are clear. Air traffic control tends to agree. Cleared for takeoff. We're going to go ahead and set our flaps to flaps 1.
Cleared for takeoff runway
and I think we are configured for takeoff.
Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
You'll see here, if you look down where our feet would be, that you can see the rudder pedals moving. All right, let's go. Thrust to 100%, throttle to 100%, away we go. All right, that is V1. Coming up on 90 knots. Got a little bit of a crosswind here, 100 knots, and we'll go ahead and rotate. And we're off. Retract our landing gear. And we'll go ahead and run the course of the runway here. We have positive rate, of course, at this point. Past the threshold, and we're on our way. You can see Highway 2 off to our left, and Leduc, as we fly directly overhead Leduc, the city of Leduc.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911, contact Edmonton Center on 134.7. Good day.
So pleasant. Okay,
going
so
to
we'll
134.7 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911. Edmonton Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 is at 3,600 feet, climbing 9,000 feet.
No, it's my hands are off the controls, and we reduce flaps to 0. And we're well on our way. There's Leduc there off to the center of the screen. We can see the airport crawling away from us. And as we look ahead, we've got Coal Lake up here. What else we got? What else can we see here? This would be Highway 2A right here. Diverging from Highway 2, which is off in the distance. Kavanaugh, Millet. Can't quite see Wetaskiwin yet. I'll go ahead and zoom in on our map here so we can look here. And we're looking good. So we'll continue our climb here through till 9,000 feet. Shortly before 9,000 feet, we will get clearance to go a little higher. So we'll just let the plane climb, let it do its thing. All hands off now with autopilot engaged. If we take a look at our screen here, we can see our estimated time to our next waypoint. And our next waypoint, if we take a look at the map here, it's quite a ways away actually here at Jabir. It's got about an hour there, and then we move to Leeds, and then we start our approach into Winnipeg via the Gorel approach. And we'll be landing on, I believe this is runway 13. I think I've opted for the ILS on 13. ILS meaning instrument controls, instrument landing system, and that's it's quite a cool system. I'll talk a little bit about that as we get closer to the approach. But effectively, what we're doing is we're flying instrument rating right now. It's effectively we're not flying visually; we're flying using our instruments. So normally, if we were flying visually, we'd be looking out the window, looking at landmarks, seeing where we're at. But in the case of an instrument flight, we are flying with our instruments. Again, thanks so much for joining me. This is going to be about a 3-hour flight to Winnipeg before we head off to Toronto. We can imagine we have a patient in the back, probably with a flight nurse or a flight doctor. They would be making sure the patient is always cared for. Any attention that they may need is looked after, of course, and making sure they're as comfortable as they can be. We'd also have a co-pilot. He's missing today. I tried calling him, he wouldn't answer, so it's just us today. Go ahead and turn off our taxi lights. We don't need those anymore. We're coming up on 9,000 feet. We should be getting clearance to the higher altitude here shortly from air traffic control. We are climbing to a cruise altitude of 28,000 feet today. So we'll go to 17,000 feet, acknowledge that.
Climb and maintain 17,000 feet CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
There we go. Zoom out a little so you can get an idea where we're at. let's take a look at what we've got around here. We've got Bittern Lake here. You can see Highway 13 through the countryside. Coal Lake is behind us here. That's that squiggly type lake there. You can see that it carries on through into the Battle River. Down here to our right, or the south, we see Camrose, the city of Camrose, home to St. Mary's Hospital, Covenant Health Hospital. And we can see the airstrip here as well. We got a cloud layer here. We'll punch through it in a little while, but at least the scenery is nice right now. We can enjoy that until we punch through the clouds. So we do have our clearance feet. Flight level 280.
Climb and maintain flight level 280 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
Sometimes Microsoft Flight Simulator can be a little buggy, I find at times, especially recently. Having issues with, you know, assigning a tail number and things like that to the plane. Alright, 20,000 feet. We'll go ahead and set our barometer to we need it to be. Carry on.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel, Sierra 911, contact Edmonton Center on 133.45.
Alright, we are moving out of this air traffic controller's airspace and into
133.45 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
Looks like we're also crossing over the Alberta-Saskatchewan border.
Edmonton Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 is passing flight level 210, climbing flight level 280.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 Edmonton
Oh,
Center.
sorry, no.
Continue to
We're just
cover
coming up on
plan.
Wainwright, actually. CFB Wainwright. As you can see here. Jumped the gun a little. we just had another donation of 5 coffees. Thank you very much. Go ahead and update our tally here. We're at $297 right now. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. There we are. Update that. So we're coming up on Wainwright, CFB Wainwright. It's going to be really hard to see what's going on. Oh, we actually can see through the clouds here. Looks like a beautiful morning in east central Alberta. Good morning if you're from there. My heart is actually out there. I was raised in east central Alberta. Not quite this far east, but pretty close. CFB Wainwright is an active Canadian Forces base, and you can land there. Most. Great. We'll leave it there for now. Of a problem. I think we're climbing a little too quickly here. So we'll bring it down just a little bit. I should have been monitoring that. That is my mistake. I am not an actual pilot, so we're just going to go ahead and fix this up here. Yes, we know we're stalling. We'll just bring it down a little bit. Get some airspeed back. Hopefully. Welcome to I'm Not a Pilot. We're going to ask for 26,000 feet for now.
Edmonton Center, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911. Request flight.
And as we gain some airspeed here, you can see that our pitch is actually decreasing.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 descend and maintain flight level 260.
Awesome. So 260, we can stay there for now. That's totally fine.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
Here. See Edmonton in the distance there. So we're well on our way. Our next waypoint is Jabir. We've got about 27 minutes until we reach that bug, and then we'll head off to Leeds, which is just getting into Montreal, into Manitoba, into Gorel, into our approach. So a nice easy flight, other than stalling by accident here. Alright, we've got cruising speed again.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911, please expedite your descent flight level 260.
So this aircraft is pressurized, and when I talk about a pressurized aircraft, it means that the cabin altitude, or the perceived altitude in the cabin compared to what's outside, is 10,000 feet or 8,000 feet, depending on. So you can actually select that in a pressurized aircraft. Right now it's set to 8,000 feet. So it'd be very similar to the air pressure at the top of maybe Sulphur Mountain outside of out of Jasper. A lot of folks have enjoyed that hike, including myself. And the way that it's pressurized is actually using bleed air coming off of the engines. So these are turbocharged engines, and as a result, that turbocharged air, some of it can be bled off, and that's where they use that air for air conditioning or cabin temperature, but as well they also use it for pressurizing the cabin. This is very important in an air ambulance because, of course, or any airplane actually, because of course we can't survive above 10,000 feet. Really, the air gets really thin up there. Generally, you know, you're going to need oxygen at that point. It's pretty high up, so that's why, you know, you have masks that drop from, you know, a regular airline. You know, if you did have a cabin depressurization, those masks would drop, put it on your face, and that gives you about 10 minutes of air while the pilots descend to a lower altitude. There's also, you know, masks that the flight crew would have. It's actually bottled oxygen that they would be able to use as well. And that's a little bit longer. It lasts a little longer than the passenger masks. So there's that. And yeah, it's especially important because we have a patient back here that if they have COVID-19 or a respiratory disease, they're already having a hard time getting oxygen. So yeah, they might have a cannula in where, you know, they're getting oxygen through their nose with the nose cannula. But at the same time, you know, any little bit helps. So generally speaking, you know, they would set this cabin pressure to around 8,000 feet so that everyone's comfortable as well as the patient. And outside right now at 26,000 feet, it is minus 31 degrees Celsius. So just a balmy day up there.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel, Sierra Niner, 11 contact Winnipeg Center on 133.1.
Excellent. Excellent news. We are well into, so now I think we're into Saskatchewan.
133.1.
We are getting headed over to the Winnipeg Air Traffic Control.
Winnipeg Center, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner, 11 flight level 260.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner, 11 Winnipeg Center, continue to jogger as planned.
Great news. Things are looking great here. You know, we're going to continue cruising at 26,000 feet or flight level 260. Skies are clear. We're above the cloud level. There's no real reason to get up any higher right now. So we'll just tap back on the throttle just a little bit here, save a little fuel, and we'll carry on. Thanks so much for joining us, or joining me. We are raising funds for the incredibly hardworking critical care workers, critical care healthcare workers in Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer, by bringing them coffee and treats, hopefully in the next week. You know, coffee travelers and Timbits and things like that. They are working so hard right now to keep up and take care of all of us throughout this this fourth wave, this intentionally cruel wave. Yeah, I'm understanding that hospitals are very, very full. You know, teams are working really, really hard. They're seeing you know, a lot of death right now, and they're doing everything they can to prevent it. But in some cases, you know, patients do deteriorate far past what they can do medically to keep folks alive, and that's incredibly difficult on these workers. And what we can do as civilians is to help prop them up a little and show our support through little things like bringing a box of coffee to get them through their night shift is I think what we need to do right now. So far, we've raised $297 of our $600 goal. Thank you, everyone. We're halfway to our goal, and we're not even halfway to Toronto yet. So today we're simulating a flight of an air ambulance from Edmonton to Toronto. We've heard that you know, the idea of transferring a patient out of the province to Ontario is very possible. And you know, if things continue to get worse, Alberta has called in the military to help with responding to this fourth wave of COVID-19, and that transport is very possible. So what I'm flying here today is a King Air 300i, which is very similar to the King Air 200 that Alberta Health Services contracts for their fixed-wing air ambulance. And in this case here, you know, we're pretending we have a patient on board. These planes could carry two patients, but it gets very tight. If we look in the back here, you can see we've got two rows of seats here, kind of. You can see that there's one here, and then there'd be another row behind the pilot. And not a lot of room in there. You have you know, a couple of nurses, transport nurses or transport physicians that would be with the patient to make sure they're as comfortable as possible and keep them as stable as they can, because these are very likely critically ill patients that they would be transferring. And it is a long journey. This is a long flight. You know, just to Winnipeg is 3 hours, as we're seeing, and again from Winnipeg to Toronto, it's another 3.5 hours. This plane, because you know, these planes are smaller planes. They're not like our 747s or things like that can carry, you know, 100 people at a time and a ton of cargo. You know, these planes are regional planes, and to fly across the country, you know, with the weight of the extra equipment that would be on board with an air ambulance, to fly to Toronto directly just isn't possible with this plane's maximum takeoff weights. So we're going to do a puddle jump into Winnipeg, get some fuel there, and then carry on to Toronto. Right now, we just crossed over into Saskatchewan. We're coming up onto our first waypoint, Jabir, and we'll carry on. And I think YXC, I believe that's Saskatoon coming up to our, yep, that it is. It is Saskatoon coming up. You can see on the map here, just above me, we have Jabir coming up, and then we also have Saskatoon. So we'll be flying just north of Saskatoon into Leeds, which is our next waypoint. This gets us into Manitoba, and as we come up towards Winnipeg here, we'll be approaching via the Gorel approach, and then we've got some waypoints that we'll observe on the way in, and then directly into runway 13 at Winnipeg International Airport. We will stop at the hangar, grab some fuel, and then we'll carry on to Toronto. So that's, so far we've got about 12 minutes until we get to Jabir, and then another probably an hour until we get to Leeds. Thank you so much for joining me. Please spread the word. We are raising some money for our incredible critical care teams, and I can't thank you enough. We do stand in solidarity with our healthcare workers today. So again, I hope everyone's doing well, and I hope everyone's staying safe out there. You know, vaccinated or not, you know, this is a real risk right now, and we just make sure that you're wearing the best possible mask that you can get your hands on, and you know, social distance, physically distance, and do the best you can. Thank you so much for joining. I'm going to go ahead and go back to our cruise. just past Jabir and well into coming up on Saskatoon, as we can see from the map. Great news, we're probably about, I would say, halfway at this point. Let's see. Yeah, just a little short of halfway to our puddle jump of Winnipeg. At that point, we'll get some fuel and then carry on to Toronto. Again, thank you so much for joining me. We are raising funds for coffee and treats for our critical care teams in ICUs and emergency departments in Alberta. We're starting off with Edmonton, of course, because I live in Edmonton, and it's easy enough for me to get coffee out to the Royal Alec, the University of Alberta, the Sturgeon, Misericordia, Grey Nuns, and pick them up a little bit as they're facing a lot of challenge right now. Especially through this fourth wave of COVID-19, this intentionally cruel wave, is what I'm calling it. And yeah, we're doing great. We're cruising at 190 knots at 26,000 feet. I cannot talk today. My goodness. And yeah, we're having a great flight so far. I'm not a pilot. I am an enthusiast. So, you may, if you're a pilot and you're looking at this and going, wow, he's doing something blatantly wrong, call me out on it, because I would love to learn. Because, I only know as much as an enthusiast would know. We'll talk a little bit about so this is a King Air 300i that I'm flying right now. It, is a very similar model plane to what Alberta Health Services uses as their fixed-wing air ambulance. They use a King Air 200. It's a little bit older plane, a little bit slightly smaller plane, but nonetheless, this is by and large the same plane. For our sake, go over and I'll show you what the regular plane looks like. So here's the same plane. You can see I use the same tail number, CGLUL, for our flight today. And you can see here it's got the branding. It's an air ambulance. Very, very similar. I think it's hard to tell, but I think we might be missing one or two windows. Maybe it's hard to tell. This one looks like it's coming in for a landing with its flaps down all the way. Here's another one, CGLUD. I'm not sure this is a simulated version of it, but you can see this is a 350. CGLUF, this is a 250. So they don't always use the same plane. They are contracted planes. Alberta Health Services doesn't own them. The airline owns them, and they bring them. And the airline's pilots fly them. Here's an older one, CGNAK. You can tell by the older graphics on the tail. And here's inside of a air ambulance. So you can see the patient's on an air stretcher. You can tell it's a very, very old photo based on the monitor being a CRT tube TV. For all intents and purposes, though, this is what we're looking at inside the plane. So this is a view from the pilot looking back into the plane. You've got your maybe a flight doctor, flight physician, and possibly a nurse with them. Generally speaking, it's kind of one-to-one, but they do other things. If it's a pediatric patient, a parent is always tried to be brought on board with the pediatric patient, so that they can travel to the destination with them. And I'm looking over at my third monitor. In case you're wondering, that's where I have what you're seeing. Oh, I guess you're not seeing it right now. There we go. Now you're seeing it. View from the pilot. I think you missed all of that. I think I'm so sorry. I don't stream very often. So yeah, you've got a couple of seats that the crew can sit in. It would be very difficult to fit a second patient in here. It is possible in a King Air 200, but really by and large, you're transporting one patient at a time. And when our system is so critically stressed right now, based on information that I'm hearing from our health leadership here in the province, and based on the statistics that we're seeing from the government, things are very stressed right now. ICU capacities would increase to something like 180% of what we normally operate on. So to transport one patient at a time, 6 hours is logistically crazy. As you can see, I mean, this is a long trip for a critically ill patient, but this is what we may be forced to do. Again, here's this older, this probably didn't see it. This is a CGNAK. I don't know if this particular plane is still in operation based on the older tail graphics. Here's one at Peace River, CGLUF. Here's a simulated image of CGLUD, and here's CGLUL. This is a King Air 250, and very similar to the CGLUL that we are flying today in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So we are well on our way to Leeds. It appears that we have about 35 minutes until we get to that next waypoint. Appears that we're about 193 nautical miles from that waypoint, but tracking very well. Flight's going very smoothly. We haven't had any turbulence. I did make a mistake on my part and screwed up a little bit, ended up causing a stall. I would have to file an incident report on that if I was a real pilot, but I'm not a real pilot, so you're just gonna have to deal with that. I am just an enthusiast. Right now it's a balmy minus 30 at 26,000 feet. I'm wondering if we shouldn't climb a little higher to get through this cloud layer. I think we're gonna be fine. It's a very cloudy day over Saskatoon right now. So that's where we're at. Thank you so much for joining me. If you would like to donate, definitely check out the links either on Twitter at Chad Oman, or you can also find information in the description on YouTube, or just make sure it's there. Yeah. So you can do that. I'm also promoting Fleisch Delicatessen. They're doing something called Hearts for Healthcare. And for $10, you can donate a heart, and a healthcare worker could go in, grab one of those hearts off the wall, and it would be good for a meal at Fleisch Delicatessen in Edmonton. So definitely have a look at them. Katie Ingraham and her team are fantastic there. They've been amazing leaders throughout this pandemic, and really are taking care of their staff and their patrons as best as they know possible. So definitely check them out. The link is in the YouTube description, as well as on my Twitter. I believe it's also on Twitch as well in my description too.
TWA 911 Alpha Hotel, Sierra Niner, 11 contact with event center on 133.9er. Good day.
Alright, so we do have another handover from air traffic control, from one air traffic controller to another. So, you know, if air traffic control had was fully staffed, we would be passed from one air traffic controller to the next, as air traffic controllers generally only look at specific parts of the map that they control. So Microsoft Flight Simulator is a little bit hands-on when it comes to air traffic control. Generally, like, we wouldn't be passed from one to the other quite as frequently, particularly as we get into Toronto later on. We will get passed over to Minneapolis Center, which, if we're a Canadian flight, yes, we're in American airspace, so we would be transferred to Minneapolis, but there wouldn't be so much back and forth. They would probably hold on to us for a little bit longer than they do, but and it can get a little annoying, but you know what? It's all part of the simulation and all part of the fun of flying this plane. So we've passed Saskatoon, and we're well on our way to our next waypoint of Leeds. That will be our last waypoint before we get to our approach waypoint coming into Winnipeg. Looks like we're doing pretty well on fuel right now. Yep, 35% left. So we'll be in very good shape to get ourselves to Winnipeg. Thanks so much for joining, and if you haven't yet and you'd like to contribute to our coffee fund for our critical care healthcare workers, definitely check in the description below. You can find more information on Twitter at Chad Oman, or also the link that's being displayed over there on the left-hand side of the screen. So thanks so much for joining. have one more handover from air traffic control, going to a different air traffic controller who manages a different part of the
Hotel
airspace.
Sierra 9er 11. Winnipeg Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 9er 11 flight level 260.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 9er 11 Winnipeg Center, continue as planned.
traffic controller to the weather.
132.9er for CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 9er 11. Winnipeg Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 9er 11 flight level 260.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 9er 11 Winnipeg Center, continue as planned.
Okay, we're coming up on our second waypoint of the flight, Leeds, and we're about 30 seconds from Leeds. We may have just passed it. Yep, we did. Just about there. You'll notice the plane now turning to correct to make our way to the next waypoint, which is Goral, which is beginning of our approach into Winnipeg. So that is coming up, and we'll expect that waypoint in about 32 minutes, or 178 nautical miles. 178 nautical miles in kilometers is 330 kilometers. So 30 minutes to get there, and it'll fly right by. You know what? I'm just going to leave the map right there so we can see it. Again, thank you so much for joining me. We are raising funds for coffee for our critical care teams in emergency departments and ICUs across Edmonton, and also into hopefully Calgary and Red Deer. We do have 5 general ICUs in Edmonton, that being at the U of A Hospital, the Royal Alexander Hospital, the Sturgeon Community Hospital in St. Albert, the Misericordia Hospital on the west end, as well as the Grey Nuns in Mill Woods in the south end. Those are very full right now with, teams are working very, very hard to keep COVID positive patients alive. Many patients are on ventilators, I understand, and that involves a lot of work for our teams. Things to all the way from proning a patient, which means they flip the patient onto their stomach. I know one infectious disease doctor, Dr. Schwartz, had called it adult tummy time. And when they're on their stomachs, prone is what they call it. It promotes oxygenation through the lungs. And they, to flip a patient sounds, okay, we're just flipping someone over. But when they're completely limp because they're paralyzed because of the because it's for the needs of the ventilator, and they've also got 6 or 7 IVs or tubes coming in and out of them. It's very hard to make sure that you don't accidentally pull any of those lines out, and the patient is cared for the whole way through. So it takes a lot of work and a lot of attention, a lot of care from these teams.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 contact Winnipeg Center on 132.25. Good day.
132.25.
And you can see that here with
911 Alpha Hotel
these
Sierra
little
Niner
circles on the map. You can see that
Winnipeg
this is
Center
about when we start to
CWA
get
911 Alpha Hotel Sierra
passed over
Niner
from one air traffic
flight
controller to the
level
next,
260.
because this would be the
CWA
circle of scope
911
for that air
Alpha
traffic
Hotel Sierra
controller.
Niner 11 Winnipeg Center. Continue to
So we are
develop
flying
plan.
a King Air 350 or 300i. It is the same manufacturer and basically the same plane that an air ambulance that Alberta Health Services contracts for their fixed-wing air ambulances. So here it is. We're flying Charlie Golf Lima Uniform Lima today. That's the tail number of this plane. And you can see it's very similar to this particular image here of an actual AHS air ambulance. So using the same tail number as that plane. You can see here's another one here, CGLUD. And here's another one here. This one's in Peace River at that when it was photographed. And here's an older one. It might still be flying. We could take a look here. CGNAK. Let's take a look. Right where? CGNAK. Let's see what comes up. Yep. It looks like the last time it flew was in 2018. So this particular plane is no longer active. This one here. But if we took a look at CGLUL. So I type it right. Dyslexia on a Sunday. We can see this actual particular plane is flying from Medicine Hat to Calgary right now, likely with a patient. It is a Super King Air 200 twin turbo prop plane. So, you know, these planes are very much spending a lot of time in the air. You can see yesterday it flew 2 flights, one from Edmonton to Provost, and then Provost to Medicine Hat, and now this morning from Medicine Hat to Calgary. On Friday, it flew from Medicine Hat to Provost, from Provost to Ponoka, from Ponoka to Medicine Hat, from Medicine Hat to Edmonton, from Edmonton to Calgary, from Calgary to Edmonton, Edmonton to Medicine Hat to Calgary, and then Calgary to Edmonton. That's a lot of flights. That is a lot of flights. Thursday, same thing. Flew Medicine Hat to Edmonton, Edmonton to High Level. That's an hour-and-a-half flight. You're out to almost 2-hour flight. High Level to Edmonton, Edmonton to Medicine Hat, Medicine Hat to Calgary, Calgary to Medicine Hat. Wednesday, the same thing. Medicine Hat to Edmonton, Medicine Hat to Edmonton. That's a flight too. So these planes are repositioning or moving patients from one corner of the province to another, where there's beds available right now. I know that Stars Air Ambulance, the helicopters, are also flying around as well. I've been hearing them quite a bit over my house. Hero from Fort McMurray, the Hero helicopter is also flying patients. They're just trying to find room anywhere they possibly can to put these patients, and that's getting very difficult. A little bit of turbulence there. So, you know, our teams are working very, very hard right now. Our healthcare workers are working incredibly hard, and, you know, as a little bit of a pick-me-up, as a show of appreciation, I figured it would be great to be able to take some coffee out to these folks. You know, and so far we're halfway to our goal, $300 of our $600 goal, and I couldn't thank everyone that's donated so far enough for this. This is going to make a real difference to the nursing teams in these ICUs. I think our first stop will be the U of A ICU, and then the Royal Owl. I think Sturgeon is also going to get some. We'll get some coffee as well. Hopefully, we can bring some donuts or that as well. You know, this way they are. You know, they get a little. They show that they can see that Albertans care about them, and you know, we care about their well-being as they face you know, incredible amount of death. As hard as they try to keep patients alive, you know, this is very difficult right now, and you know, they're doing the best they can and providing the best possible care they can, as always. But at some point, you know, a patient deteriorates too far, and we're seeing a lot of that right now in Alberta. There's one patient dying from COVID every hour, and that I can't imagine the toll that takes on our nursing team as well as our physicians. This is a crisis, and you know, showing a little bit of appreciation where we can, I think, is absolutely something very attainable. So if you would like to help out, definitely check my Twitter at Chad Oman. There's links in the description on YouTube as well as on Twitch, and I thank you very much for your support, and I know that our nurses will thank you as well. So and definitely follow me on Twitter as well, where I'll be posting photographs and video, hopefully maybe video, definitely photos of coffee and that being taken into the hospital. So I can't photograph in the hospital, but I'll definitely be showing myself going in so I can prove to you that coffee made it. So thank you very much, and I'll go back to autopilot here, and we're soon approaching about 23 minutes until we get to Gorel, where we'll turn and head southwest into Winnipeg. So that'll begin our descent and our approach into Winnipeg. So sit back, relax. Hopefully there's an in-flight movie. Probably not. As our patients probably on oxygen and you know, do what they can to stay alive. But definitely enjoy the flight. So far it's been pretty non-eventful.
911 Alpha Hotel, Sierra Niner, 11 contact Winnipeg Center on 118.0. Good day.
Alright, we have another handoff from one air traffic
118.0
controller
for
to another. I
CWA
can't
911
imagine we'll
Alpha
have
Hotel Sierra Niner.
another handover before Coral.
Winnipeg Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner, 11 flight level 260.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner, 11 Winnipeg Center.
Cool.
Continue to derail as planned.
So yeah, we are well on our way. Things are looking really great. We have enough fuel to make it. And we'll be soon on our descent from 26,000 feet, or flight level 260, into Winnipeg. Thanks for joining. We're about 11 and a half minutes away from Goral, and from that point we'll turn southwest towards Winnipeg into our approach into runway 13 on the ILS approach. So stay tuned and enjoy the descent into Winnipeg. Alright, so we are turning southwest at Goral. We should be expecting a call out from air traffic control here shortly to initiate our descent into Winnipeg. Thanks for joining.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 descent.
And there's our call out, so we will adjust our altitude bug.
Descend and maintain flight level 200 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
Plane moved and I didn't. So flight level 200 or 20,000 feet, and we'll begin our descent. And we'll pull back on the throttle just a little bit so we don't accelerate too much. Continue to maintain our 190 knots. There we are, there's our map. So we are on our descent into Winnipeg. Bring our thrust lever up just a little bit to maintain that 190 knots as we come into Winnipeg. Very, very cloudy day north of Winnipeg right now. I think that's Lake Winnipeg that we're flying over right now that you can't see. I think that's what we're flying over. Back the thrust lever just a little bit, just to maintain that 190 knots. Are progressing well. Hopefully we break through a cloud layer here. We're about a minute and a half from reaching our next waypoint on the approach, which is Pearly. From there we will continue on to Kelto, Gabuv, Kepka, Vogig. I'm not sure who names these. Increase thrust just a little bit. As we level off at flight level 200. Just a little more thrust. A little bit more turbulent down here as well. There must be wind
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel
descent
Sierra
bug.
Niner 11 descend and maintain 12,000 feet.
Bring down our altitude bug to 12,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 12,000 feet CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
And continue our descent. We'll reduce our power again here, just to maintain that 190 knots. Also helps save some fuel as well, which we're getting a little low on here. If we take a look at our fuel gauges right there, yeah, we're getting a little tight. 14, minus 14, minus 13 degrees at this altitude. Presently 19,000 feet and minus 13. Still no sign of there's some ground there. Starting to see a little bit of we just crossed Pearly here. We're breaking through that cloud layer coming down into Winnipeg. We've got about 2 minutes into Kelto, our next waypoint. And now we've got a beautiful view of Lake Winnipeg, I believe is what we're looking at here. I've gone fishing here once, and that was very, very nice. Beautiful view punching through that cloud layer. Looks like we have some precipitation ahead as well. So we might be landing into rain. We're going to bring back power just a little bit. And great descent so far. Looks like we broke through the cloud layer coming into Winnipeg. It'll be a little while before we start to see the airport. We have to make a jog a little further to the west here at Gabov now that we've passed Kelto. And then we'll make a sharp left-hand turn, and that will bring us in line with runway 13. About 2.5 minutes until we get to our next waypoint, Gabov. That's how I'm pronouncing it.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Okay, so we have our descend into 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
Continue to move our heading bug.
911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11, you are 18 miles north. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS Zulu runway 13 approach by captive transition. Cleared to Kepka.
Awesome. So we're cleared for our approach.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS Zulu runway.
Now, when she says to maintain present heading, present altitude, it doesn't mean the maintain 12,000 feet. It's the last assigned altitude, so that'll be 3,000 feet as we come into Winnipeg. Turn on some lights so we can see a little better. Got a little dark here. And our fuel is getting low. I think we're still okay. We've got about four gallons of fuel on board still. And making our turn here. Coming into Kepka. At this point, we're below 10,000 feet, so we'll turn on our landing lights as well. See those on the edges of the wings. There are our landing lights. That would give us some additional light on the runway, but also, you know, for any other aircraft in the area.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 keep speed not above 190 knots.
So this would indicate that we do have traffic ahead of us that we're trying to stay behind. So that would be keeping us at 190 knots, which would be reasonable to keep us behind an aircraft that's ahead of us. So we're probably second in line behind another aircraft right now. So I've reduced my power and bringing us down to just under 190 knots. Should be just about there. And we'll carry on into, what is that, Vogig? These names.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11, you are 10 miles
so we're getting
northwest of Winnipeg.
carried over to, or passed over to the tower, which will control our flight into our approach. So as soon as we get
Tower
past
on
Vogig,
125.4 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner
onto
11.
the
Tower
final
CWA
approach,
911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 1110
we'll
miles
contact them.
northwest inbound ILS Zulu runway 13 approach.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11
okay, so our barometer right now is 29.72. Our barometer is currently set to that here. And we're making our turn.
ILS Zulu runway 13 approach.
And we're entering the pattern.
Cleared ILS Zulu runway 13 approach CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
So we should start to see the airport ahead of us as we make this turn. There it is. There's our runway. So we're continuing to make our descent. We are on the localizer now. So the localizer is part of the ILS. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to approach mode so we can get ourselves lined up. We're going a little too fast here. I'm going to bring in our first set of flaps, first notch of flaps. That's going to bring us down a little more and reduce our speed, while also providing a little bit of lift at lower speeds. And we are cleared to land.
Wind 007 and 14. Cleared to land runway 13.
And I'm just going to give the autopilot a little bit of guidance here. We'll bring down our gear. So it looks like the air traffic control gave us a little bit of a late
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 acknowledge last transmission.
So I'm in manual control now, and just watching that green line on the display ahead of me as I line up with the approach. My joystick's just a little sensitive, it seems. So we're going to go ahead and bring in our second notch of flaps. It appears that we're coming in with the glide slope very well. That's that. You might not be able to see it, but there's a little green triangle that is now centered. And we could actually bring in our autopilot again if we wanted to. Bring in a little more power. Oh, autopilot does not like that, so we're going to disable and continue in. Give a lot more power. Get ourselves a little more lined up on the runway. Again, I'm not a pilot, so I'm flying this with a joystick. So you'll have to give me a little bit of leeway here. Just below the glide slope right now. We should be a little lower down, so we'll bring that up. Looking very good.
500.
Okay, we're centered on the glide slope. A little bit of a crab that I'm going to counteract with the rudder. Looking great, looking great, looking great. Yeah, there's that crab. There's a little bit of a crosswind. Okay, and just as we come down, we're going to reduce our power. We should be able to butter this landing. Okay, we're just going to reduce, and... Oop, a little rough landing there. Alright. So we're braking. Great. We got quite a wind here. Still braking.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 exit runway when able.
We'll lift our flaps. And we are going to exit the runway at our next exit, which should be at the end. Not the best landing I've ever done. Probably the pressure of doing it on stream. Just gonna slow our speed down just a little bit. This plane really likes to take off, literally.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 turn
Air
exit
traffic control
taxiway.
simulation in this game is very needy. Alright, we're going to come off the runway here. Really slow it down so you can make this turn.
CWA 911
Now
Alpha
we're gonna contact
Hotel
ground,
Sierra
get taxi
911
instructions.
contact ground on 121.9.
We're just going to stop it right here.
Going to 121.9 CWA 911
Just gonna
Alpha
taxi
Hotel
parking.
Sierra 911.
CWA
Ground
911
CWA 911
Alpha Hotel
Sierra
Sierra
911
taxi
taxi
to
to
aviation
parking.
parking by
Alright.
taxiway Echo Hotel.
So we have our taxi instructions. I guess we want to say it again.
Ground CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra
Something that's probably a
911.
bug
Say again.
in the simulation here. And she won't say it again. Anyways, that might be our last contact with air traffic control as we turn ourselves into general aviation parking.
CWA CWA 911 Alpha Hotel
Yeah, there's a
Sierra
bug
911, did you copy?
with the simulation. And welcome to Winnipeg.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel
Simulation's
Sierra
not
911, acknowledge last transmission.
She's gonna keep nagging us.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911, acknowledge last transmission.
Alright. So we follow these lines, these yellow lines on the top, on the tarmac here.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911, ATC services terminated. Good day.
Alright. Looks like they'll want us at the terminal, which wasn't what I intended, but I've got this AI that wants to go. We're gonna pretend he's not there. Yeah, this is not simulated very well, so I'm just gonna turn here. So it wants us to drive through some planes, which we don't want to do. All right, and we'll come in here. Normally, if this was simulated better, we would have landed and stopped at a hangar instead of the terminal, but let's pretend that we did. So we'll put our parking brake on, turn off our lights. We're gonna shut down our engine. Okay, there's left and right. Switch to battery power. And turn off all of our lights. Great. Turn off the pitot heat, and we'll shut down our avionics, and that will end this leg of the flight. So that was a 2-hour and 22-minute flight from Edmonton to Winnipeg. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get ourselves set up and ready to go for our second leg of the flight into Toronto. So normally they would, fuel the plane and everything. And because this is a simulation, I have to set up the flight with Microsoft Flight Simulator. So we're gonna go ahead and go back into the world map. Our departure airport now is Winnipeg, which I think we'll just have to go Winnipeg. There we are. Into Toronto Pearson. And we are going to start, we're going to take the high altitude airway, start at a hangar instead, I think. Let's see here. So if we take a look, they want us out of runway 18. Might be a long taxi, but let's go ahead and let's choose this parking. All right, and then we are going to, let's see, take a look here. Where do they want us going into? Runway 23. I would prefer, well, that'll work. Oh, great. This is great. Direct ILS 23. This is a 3-hour and 22-minute flight. Let's go ahead and set up our plane here. So we had about that much. And then the rest of it was fuel. There we go. That's good to go. We're going to continue our trip at 28,000 feet. I think we are set up. Great. we will load. I'll be right back with you. Okay, welcome back. There's our map. Make this big so you can see it. Awesome. Okay, so we are back at it. We're not on external power, we're on battery. Turn on some lights when we turn on our battery. All right. Let things turn on. We'll go ahead and get our AHS here first. Automated traffic information service.
Information India 1900 Zulu. Wind 027 at 15.
21 degrees in Winnipeg right now.
Sky condition clear. Temperature 21. Dew point 10. Altimeter 29.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and tune to clearance and get
Winnipeg
our IFR
clearance delivery
clearance.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 IFR to Toronto, ready to copy.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel.
Alright, so we're going to climb to 11,000 feet to start.
Toronto Airport as filed. Take off runway 36 climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.0 squawk 5663.
And we'll acknowledge.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 cleared to Toronto Airport as filed. Take off runway 36 climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Departure on 118.0 squawk 5663.
Awesome.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 readback is correct. Contact ground on
I just cleared it.
121.9 when ready
Let's
to
fix
taxi.
that.
Good day.
There we are. Okay. Perfect. So we'll turn on some lights here. And we should be okay to just go, I think. We won't need a pushback, so we can just go ahead and get our ground clearance here.
Ground CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 with India ready
And
to
I'll
taxi
use the
IFR.
checklist again just to get ourselves started.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra
Because I find
911
it's
taxi
much
to and hold
easier.
short of runway 36 by a taxiway Charlie Echo.
So this is our
Contact tower
co-pilot
on
doing the work.
125.4 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 36 using taxiway Charlie Echo CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
Okay, so we should have our right engine. Yep. And our left engine. Turn on our pitot heat. All right. So we are up and running. Our final checklist here is avionics, lights, and parking brake, which is good to go. We're going to clear that warning.
Okay.
Fuel pressure. Fuel pump should be on. Don't need that. That's good. Why is our fuel pressure out of whack? Oh. Because our co-pilot didn't increase our speed. Alright, we should be ready to taxi. We're configured for taxi. So let's go ahead and do that. We want to go... Oh, looks like we want to go that way. We're going to pretend that this lovely lady is not in the way with the pushback, with the pusher. Get ourselves moving here. And bring back the power. There we are. Go ahead and configure our map. And looking good. So we're simulating that we have a patient on board. We've been all refreshed. The patient may have had an opportunity to go out and get some fresh air for a moment. If they are within that capacity, we may have just got the fuel and got going right away. So this is an hour and basically a half flight from engine start to engine stop, depending on how complex our taxiing is in Toronto. We would have an ambulance, a ground ambulance available and on the tarmac by the time that we landed, which would transport the patient to a nearby hospital from there. Okay, so it looks like we are coming up to our hold shore lines, and this is when we'll contact tower and get our takeoff clearance. We're just going to make sure that we're configured for takeoff. Set that parking brake. Talk to tower. Let's see here. So our controls are free and clear. Awesome. There's no traffic to the south, or sorry, yeah, to the south, and there's no traffic to the north. And we'll contact. Oh, I guess they want us to continue. All right. Request takeoff clearance.
Tower CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 at runway 36 ready for departure IFR to Toronto.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 altimeter 29.73 wind 027 at 15.
Should we get our flaps
Cleared
down?
for takeoff runway 36.
Acknowledge our takeoff clearance.
Cleared
Let's
for
go.
takeoff runway 36 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
There's a little bit of a map glitch there. Alright, here we go. Power full. And away we go. .75 knots. Airspeed is alive. Knots, V1. And we'll go ahead and rotate. Landing gear coming up. Fly the rest of the runway here. very heavy plane, remember, with all the equipment and everything and full fuel. And we'll start making our turn.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 contact Winnipeg Center on 118.0. Good day.
And we'll bring back our flaps.
Going to 118.0 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel
Yeah, I'm
Sierra
going ahead
Niner
and turn on our
11.
autopilot.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
That would be a pilot deviation.
Don't sink. Don't sink.
Winnipeg Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 is passing 1,600 feet, climbing 11,000 feet.
Again, I'm not a pilot.
CWA
Just enjoy
911 Alpha
flying
Hotel
planes.
Sierra Niner 11 Winnipeg. Center altimeter 29.73. Continue to taxi as planned.
Okay, so things are looking great. And we're circling the airstrip right now. So ahead of us is the Winnipeg International Airport. We'll fly pretty well directly over. I think we'll go right past downtown Winnipeg as well. Beautiful views of industrial Winnipeg. Looks like there's some residential down there as well. Our patient in the back hanging on as we make this sharp bank. 360 nearly. As we continue to climb for 11,000 feet. I don't know where we're going and why we continue to turn. Maybe because nav mode wasn't on. That might be our problem. Again, I'm not a pilot. So we just got a nice scenic view of, looks like the CN rail yard here in Winnipeg. Climbing through 4,500 feet. We can see downtown Winnipeg there. Continue to track well. Alright, so coming up on 11,000 feet, we should be getting clearance to a higher altitude here shortly. We've got our next waypoint is
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 climb and maintain 17,000 feet.
Alright, 17,000
Climb and
feet.
maintain 17,000 feet. CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
Alright. So our next waypoint is Tatgi. Go ahead and take a quick look at that. So that is about an 45 minutes away from now, or 200 nautical miles. From there, we're going to continue on to a journey over Lake Superior to Oyeni, and then to Apno, into our approach here to Kix, and finally into Toronto Pearson. That we might, with an actual air ambulance, they might actually fly into the Toronto City Airport, which is just down, I believe, here. But it's just not shown on our map right now. So that is our current journey, and it'll take us about 2.5 hours. So if you haven't yet, please consider donating to the coffee fund. Coffee's being raised, or money's being raised for coffee for our critical care workers that are working in emergency departments and ICUs across Edmonton, Red Deer, and Calgary. We're going to start with Edmonton and see how things go. For the 5 ICUs that are in Edmonton, we're expected that we'll need about 30 coffee travelers to cover them all, and you know, that would be fantastic if we could get coffee out to all of the teams. Knowing that might not be possible, you know, we'll do our best. I think that we'll make sure that ICUs get coffee, and make sure that we can get coffee to at least the major emergency departments as well. Things are very busy right now. I want to make sure it's clear our hospitals are safe, and if you do need care, please go and seek that care. But things are very busy right now, and you know, any little bit to help with boosting morale, I think, is probably quite welcome. And that's where this idea came about, to raise some funds for the coffee fund. This particular plane here, if you're new to the stream, is a Beechcraft King Air 300i. It is very similar to the planes that Alberta Health Services use for their fixed-wing air ambulance. So if we take a look here, I'll go over and show you what a real one looks like. And so here's one of them. This one here, this is CGLUL, which is the same tail number that I chose for today's flights. This one here, and you can see here's another one. This one's a 350, and then of course we've got this one here is CGLUF. This one's in Peace River, where it's photographed here. Here's an older one, CGNAK. We actually figured out that it's no longer flying. It last flew in 2018. And this is inside one of the air ambulances. So this is a very, very old photo, but this is the view from the pilot's seat, where you can see the stretcher with the patient, as well as maybe a flight surgeon or a flight doctor and a nurse would be there to make sure the patient is as comfortable as possible during their trip. Now, normally these flights are, you know, not very long, maybe an hour in length at the very most. If you're coming from high level to Edmonton, it's about an hour and 45 minutes. But in this case here, we're talking about airlifting patients out of Alberta and taking them to Ontario, where they can get better care because our hospitals are so busy. The military is coming in with Operation Laser to help provide ICU support, as well as possibly patient transport. So this is where this idea came from, because we know that, you know, transporting a critically ill patient 6 hours across the country to receive care is just crazy. This particular plane, CGLUL, this one here, is actually in the air now. It came from Medicine Hat, and it was in Calgary, and now it's on. It just took off about a minute ago for Camrose. That is a 40-minute flight with this plane, but if we look at its previous flights, we can see just how busy these aircraft have been. And there's 11 of these aircraft that Alberta Health Services contract. Yeah, today alone, they took off from Medicine Hat to Calgary and now Calgary to Camrose. It appears here yesterday it flew from Edmonton to Provost and Provost to Medicine Hat. Friday, it had a very busy day. Medicine Hat to Provost, Provost to Ponoka, Ponoka to Medicine Hat to Edmonton, Edmonton to Calgary, Calgary to Edmonton, Edmonton to Medicine Hat to Calgary, Calgary to Edmonton. That is a very, very long day. And, we've got another. So we'll go up to flight level 250.
Climb and maintain flight level 250 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
So we're continuing our ascent, which is great. There's 250. We're just going to reduce our climb here just a little bit. We've got lots of time. Going back to our flight log here. These planes are very busy right now. Normally, in a not stressed time, they might do a couple of flights per day, like we're seeing here today. But this is really the important thing here is we know that Medicine Hat is stressed right now. Ponoka is very likely stressed right now. You know, these are hospitals that are very stressed with COVID patients right now, and they're moving patients all over the province just to get them care. And you know, these teams are working incredibly hard. So that's where this idea came from, was to show that, you know, just how logistically crazy it would be to ship a critically ill patient from Edmonton to Toronto. Yeah, it's been a long, well, 2.5 hours from Edmonton to Winnipeg, 2.5 hours now to Toronto from Winnipeg, and we had to stop over for gas because this plane will not do the whole trip in one go. And if we do use one of these planes and take them out of service in Alberta for a whole day just to transfer one patient, and not to mention they're that far away from family.
124.0
I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem smart, but it is the only thing that we can do right now to keep
Winnipeg Center
our hospitals at a reasonable level. Anyways, looks like we're continuing our climb to flight level 250 or 25,000 feet. It is a balmy 12 degrees, minus 12 outside the aircraft right now at this altitude. And we've got about 35 minutes until we get to our next waypoint, which is Tatki, just before the Lake Superior. So sit back, enjoy the flight, and I'll talk to you soon. Alright, we should be getting our clearance to flight level 280 here shortly.
CWA 911
What do you know?
Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 climb and maintain flight level 280.
Climb and maintain flight level 280 CWA 911 Alpha
Here we
Hotel
are.
Sierra 911.
And we'll continue our climb. About 190 knots. It is minus 35 degrees outside. Pretty chilly. But it's the cabin pressure's at 8,000 feet and probably about 21 degrees inside, so nice and comfortable. Alright, so we are about, we're just passing Tatgi right now. That is our first waypoint in our second leg of our journey from Edmonton to Toronto. We stopped over in Winnipeg for fuel, and we're back up in the air at 28,000 feet, doing about 190 knots. 190 knots in kilometers per hour is, let's take a look here, about 350 kilometers per hour. Our next waypoint we're expecting to see in about 40 minutes or so. It's about 225 nautical miles. And if we take a look at the map here, you can see it's just on the southern side of Lake Superior. From there, we're going to continue on through to Toronto. Things are tracking very well. Slowly but surely, we're getting our simulated patient from Edmonton to Toronto. So, you can really see just how logistically crazy this would be to send a patient from Alberta to Ontario. I also wanted to really thank, we just got another donation just a moment ago. And thank you very much. I know I came in anonymously, but that was a $50 donation. So thank you. We're going to have to update that tracker. That is absolutely amazing. It is going to go, that's 2 units worth of coffee. So thank you. That is absolutely amazing. I'm without words right now for all the support. So we're now at $352 in support for getting coffee and treats out to our critical care teams in ICUs and emergency departments across Edmonton at least. And just absolutely thrilled. Thank you very much for your support. Means a lot. So our next waypoint is Oyeni, and that's the one that I talked about just south of Lake Superior. Expecting to see that one in about 38 minutes is what I'm seeing here. Enjoy the ride. Things are looking very well. An update on our other flight that we're tracking right now is this one right here. So this one is that same plane that we're flying now, but in real life. So this is the plane CGLUL. It took off from Calgary about 40 minutes ago and is now landing in Camrose. So we don't know if there's a patient on board or if there's a patient waiting in Camrose to be airlifted somewhere else. So we're going to keep tracking that. I'd expect that we're going to see a flight out of Camrose here shortly on this particular plane. But today so far it has flown from from Medicine Hat to Calgary and now Calgary to Camrose. So we'll continue to track this particular plane as we make our journey across the country with our simulated patient in our simulated air ambulance. So again, thank you very much everyone for your support. That really meant a lot, and I know it's going to mean a lot to our critical care teams. So enjoy the flight. Hopefully there's some peanuts. Oh my goodness, we just got another donation, so let me just check in on this one. Got another $15 donation, which is amazing. That brings us up to $367 for coffee and treats.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 contact Winnipeg Center on 132.125. Good day.
And it looks like we are being handed off over to another air traffic controller at the Winnipeg Center. Another air traffic controller would be looking after this airspace, so they don't look after the whole map.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner,
so that's why we're getting handed over. And here
CWA
we are, so things are looking well.
Sierra Niner 11 Winnipeg Center.
And thank you very much everyone for your support.
134.55 CWA 911
Alright, so it
Alpha
appears
Hotel
that we're getting
Sierra
headed off to Minneapolis Center as we're going into American airspace for a little while.
Minneapolis Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 flight
We might
level
experience just a
280.
little, we'll have a few more handovers.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911
between
Minneapolis
Canada
Center,
and the United
continuous
States as
climb.
well. So, but as soon as we start getting a Toronto center, we know we're getting close. Things are being close.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 contact Minneapolis Center on 127.2. Good day.
127.2 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911. Minneapolis Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 flight level 280.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 Minneapolis Center. Continue as planned.
that was a good step up. They are nurses. They are healthcare workers. They're they do need that place for. But anyways, right now we're focused on the spirit of healthcare workers and healthcare and putting our lives on the line right now to keep people alive. So far in the moment, we're passing over Lake Superior. Unfortunately, the weather changed, and it's very cloudy. so much for looking down at Lake Superior. But we do have this beautiful cloud that we're taking a look at right now, up here at 28,000 feet in our simulated air ambulance. We are about 15 minutes to our next waypoint, which is Oyeni, which is down here in the map, where my cursor is here. Right by Kasaw, another airport. So this one here, that's going to take us point us a little further east, as opposed to further south, and get ourselves in a good trajectory to continue following along the Great Lakes and into Toronto. So there we are. Things are progressing very, very well, and you know, the support has been amazing. So thank you very much. Please share the stream if you think that someone else will be interested in donating. Really looking forward to bringing some joy. Thanks to all of you, to our healthcare workers. saw that you see there, that's still your international airport in Michigan.
Minneapolis Center, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra
Do you have an update on our actual real plane that we're flying? So yeah, we're flying the tail number of this other plane, but I wanted to give you an update on the plane that we're flying right now. Actual air ambulance. It is flying. It flew from Calgary to Camrose, and it's now on a return flight from Camrose to Calgary, estimating 12 hours. So that very well could be a patient that's in that air ambulance right now, transferring to CVICU Air, even though Edmonton is only an hour and a half from Camrose. They've opted possibly or unexpectedly to send the patient from Camrose to them. So that is our update. We're progressing well. We're getting really close to our next waypoint. And that one here is, let's just zoom in here. That one's Oyeni, and we've got about 5 minutes until we reach that one. And we'll continue on. Thanks so much for joining me. passed over from one air traffic controller to another. Just as we leave this particular airspace around this airport here in Michigan. Things are progressing very well. We did pass our last waypoint, and we're going towards Apnell. And Apnell is right here. That's this little bend here, and then we'll carry on, and then we're coming into Ontario. So as soon as we possibly cross Apnell, then we're into Ontario, and we'll be getting ready for our approach and descent into Toronto. So we're tracking the real plane that was out there flying actual patients on their air ambulance, and it is well on its way to Calgary right now from Camrose, likely with a patient on board. And so far so good here as well. So I just wanted to thank everyone that has helped contribute these $400 to bring coffee to our critical care units, emergency departments in Edmonton. This is going to go a long way to raising the spirits of our folks that are working so very hard to keep so many people alive right now. Over 1,000 patients in hospital right now with COVID across the province. And every hour, we have someone passing away. So, yeah, they're doing an amazing job, doing everything they can to save all
Minneapolis
lives.
Center, CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 flight level 280.
Thank you very much. We're going to continue on. We're passing over Michigan right now, and then we'll be into going over the Great Lakes again and right into Ontario. So our patient is soon getting to where they can receive care. We've got about 30 minutes until our next waypoint of Apnell, and that'll be our signal that we're back in Ontario after spending some time here in Michigan. So thank you so much for joining. Just like that. One more lap for just now. Support Anonymous, thank you very much. Another $5 in the pot. So we are now $125. Absolutely. Thank you very much. And to everyone who shared on Twitter, I thank you. now we are across the line into Canada, into Ontario. Now hooked up with air traffic control at Toronto Center. So right now, we are over here, approximately 5.5 minutes from our next waypoint of Apnel. And from there, it's, I think, direct, almost. Yeah, oh no, we have one more waypoint to go in Ontario here, and then it'll be straight into direct Toronto, Pearson. So that's awesome. We're getting there. And for the plane that we've been following, the real version of this particular plane, it has landed in Calgary 9 minutes ago. And assuming that there would be an ambulance available at the airport there that'll be taking that patient to a nearby hospital, whether it be the foothills or Peter Lougheed or something like that, to get them the proper care they need, because apparently St. Mary's Hospital in Camrose is in dire straits of needing with lots of patients right now. So yeah, good to see that they landed safely, and hopefully that patient's off to getting the care they need. Alright, so things are looking great. We're progressing along well. We're back in Canada, which is great news. I'll zoom out this map just a little bit so you can see it a little better. And yeah, we're still cruising along at 190-ish knots at 28,000 feet. Temperature outside is minus 37 degrees. We're a balmy 21 inside the cabin here. We've got a little over, what would that be, about 14 gallons of fuel left. And yeah, we're in great shape to get to Toronto. Thanks so much for joining again. If you haven't yet, please consider donating to the coffee fund. We are so close to our goal. We're $160 short. Sorry, $260 short. But you know, what we have now is going to make a huge difference in lifting the spirits of our critical care healthcare workers. So thank you very much. over and switching over to our next waypoint here shortly. So things are progressing very well still, and looking very good. Awesome. So our next waypoint is YVV, Yankee Victor Victor, and we'll expect to hit that waypoint in about 60 nautical miles, or 9 minutes and about 45 seconds. So we can see in our heads-up display here, or our front-facing view, that we are getting closer to land again, and hopefully we can start seeing through the clouds again. I know it can be a little bit I know I love flying in the clouds as a passenger, but you know, a flight sim, it's even better to see the ground. So hopefully we can see some ground soon. change that instruction.
Descend and maintain flight level 190
Start descending for flight level
911 Alpha Hotel
190.
Sierra 911.
That's a little earlier than I was planning on it. And here we go. So there's our next waypoint. Our next waypoint is WALP, W-A-L-P-P, and we'll expect to see that in about 3 minutes or so. Yeah, it looks like we do have some clear skies coming up here, which will be great to see the ground again.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel, Sierra Niner, 11 contact Toronto Center on 124.025. Good day.
Going to 124.025 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11. Toronto Center CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 is passing flight level 195 descending flight level 190.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 Toronto Center, continue to kicks as planned. CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 descend and maintain
So we have another
13,000 feet.
descent request, so we will honor that and continue our descent down to
Descend and
13,000
maintain
feet.
13,000 feet CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
And it appears we're coming up to our next waypoint, Kicks.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner
Oh, it
11
looks like we're going to
56
continue
miles
down
northwest.
to 3,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 23 approach via
And
mid-end
they've assigned us
transition.
runway 23, which
Clear
is
to the
fine.
deck.
That's what I was expecting. So that's direct
Descend and
into
maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 23
Runway
approach
23
via
via
Nunnik transition.
ILS
Clear to
approach.
Nunnik CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
goodness. Might have to descend just a little bit quicker. Alright. Things are looking good. We're making that turn now to point towards Newdick. And we should be, yeah, we're getting pretty close to this turn here as well. And there's Toronto Pearson down there on the map just above me here. So that's great. And a quick update on our actual real airplane that we've been tracking. That is the exact plane that we are flying now. That is an actual air ambulance in Alberta. It has now started a trip, or is planning to depart from Calgary after being to Camrose, back to Medicine Hat by 5:40 this evening. It appears it has started at Medicine Hat this afternoon, got to Calgary in about 50 minutes, went to Calgary to Camrose in about 40 minutes, and now Camrose back to Calgary, and now Calgary back to Medicine Hat. So hopefully they're taking a patient out of a Calgary hospital and repatriating them back into a hospital into the Medicine Hat hospital. Fingers crossed that they're doing well, but we can't be sure, and I wouldn't speculate, but I can definitely say that they have been moving patients today, and it's one patient at a time, as you can see from the back of this plane. It really would only fit one patient, and if you were lucky, you could fit two, but it'd be pretty darn tight. So at the very most, they could transport two patients in 6 hours, and that would take this particular plane out of service in Alberta for a whole day, because then this plane would have to go back to Alberta. It's just unreal.
Landing here. Landing here. Landing here.
insert coffee in the insert thank you. We're also got approach coming up here. This is great. We'll be making a left-hand turn, right-hand turn, sorry, into the Toronto.
124 decimal 47 for CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 9. Approach CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 9 13,000 feet.
You know,
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 approach altimeter 29 decimal 8.
yeah, absolutely amazing. Oh, we better adjust our barometer here. There we go. We are now showing the right altitude. So now, $968 for coffee for our hardworking critical care workers, our healthcare workers in ICUs and ERs. I'm astounded. Wow, that's absolutely amazing. So we're gonna bring down our speed just a little bit here, because I still have to land this plane. Okay, so we are getting around the bend here. We should start, or almost be established on the localizer here in just a second. When I talk about a localizer is, it's a set of antennas that are aligned kind of in an X, and they are at the front of the beginning of the tarmac, and it's available on some airports, mostly the larger airports, and not all runways have it. But what it is basically the airplane has similar antennas, and it will use the strength of the signal to figure out whether or not it's directly on course with the airport and the runway. So this is it makes it really nice for pilots, particularly when we don't have favorable conditions for visual flying. You know, if you're flying in clouds and all of a sudden you have to figure out where the runway is, this makes it very, very easy for our pilots. So we're just waiting for that. I would imagine that as we get around this bend here, we should get established pretty quick here. And that's going to show this little purple line is going to turn green. And that means that we are established. And then you'll also see this G here. And that here is actually saying that you're either too high or you're too low in what's called the glide slope as you approach the airport. So I'm going to go ahead and put in a notch of flaps, actually. It's going to slow us down just a little bit. And you can see on aircraft, these flaps have extended slightly. So you remember that if you've flown on a plane here and, maybe before the pandemic. You remember the flaps coming out as you prepare for landing. And that's also providing a little extra lift for the plane as it's as you fly slower, you're not generating as much lift across the wings. Okay, so we are bang on with the runway. We can see it directly ahead of us. And as soon as I get past LETAP, then I will get ready to land.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911, you are 13 miles northeast of Toronto. Contact tower on 118.35 when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 118.35 CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911.
CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra 911 Tower. Altimeter 29.87, wind 261 at 19. Cleared ILS runway 23 approach.
Okay, so we are about 10 miles from the airport, and we are established on the localizer now, so you can see our green line, and there's a little green diamond that's going to start. Oh, it's starting to move now, and that's indicating that we're below the glide slope, meaning that, you know, if you were coming into the airport, it would be, you'd have to be a little higher. So we're just waiting until we intercept that glide slope as we're coming in. And as soon as we do that, you'll notice that the airplane automatically starts coming down for a landing. Alright, so we saw that sudden shift. It probably wouldn't be quite as violent in a not flight sim, but that's just kind of where we're at. I'm going to go ahead and put in our second notch of flaps and bring out our landing gear. So there she is. And the cabin has gotten significantly louder as we have created quite a bit of drag. There you've got a little white light and you've got a red light there. There's actually 4 lights there, and if we weren't flying in on the ILS with the localizer, you could visually see that you have 2 red lights and 2 white lights, and that's saying you're coming in at the right altitude. If there was 3 white, you would say that you're too low, and if there was 3 red or 4 red, you're coming in too high. Also notice there's a new number that's coming down as well. There is radar on the bottom of this plane, and it's actually indicating exactly how many feet we are above the ground, as opposed to what we're seeing indicated on our altimeter. That's the indicated altitude above sea level. Oh, I have a frozen here. Oh, I didn't crash, did I? Oh no. Okay, we're good. So we're about 800 feet above the ground, but still about 1,300 feet above sea level here. Things are progressing well. Our patient is probably very eager to get out of an airplane after 6 hours of traveling. I know I am. So we're still just a little bit high, so I'm going to go ahead and take off the autopilot and manually fly that from here. This hopefully is a better landing than our Winnipeg landing. And that building right there isn't helping at all. I don't think that building probably exists in real life. Okay, we got 2 red, 2 white. We're coming in just right. We've got a lot of turbulence here. Okay, and we're just a little bit high. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. We're just use a little bit of rudder. And bring this down. Reduce power. We got a lot of crosswind. power off on the engines and bring the bird to a slow roll. Bring our flaps back in. There we are. Welcome to Toronto Pearson with our simulated air ambulance. We've made it. It's been a, oh boy, 6-hour journey. I'll take a look at the timer here. And $968 raised of our $600 goal to bring coffee to our hardworking healthcare workers in emergency departments and ICUs across Edmonton. And I mean, honestly, I think we'll be able to start going south as well, too. So this is really great news. And thank you, everyone who's donated. You're just so kind. It seems like our not able to contact ground for some reason. Okay, tune ground. We're gonna go with taxi to parking.
Ground CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 request taxi to parking.
Turn off our landing lights and turn on our taxi
CWA
lights.
911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11 taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway hotel to hotel cross runway 15 right hotel Foxtrot cross runway 23 Foxtrot Juliet Kilo.
All right. We'll
Taxiing to
acknowledge
general
that, and we'll
aviation
follow
parking
these
by
wonderful blue
taxiway
lines
hotel
that
to hotel
Microsoft
cross
Flight
runway
Simulator
15 right
has for us.
hotel Foxtrot cross runway 23 Foxtrot Juliet Kilo CWA 911 Alpha Hotel Sierra Niner 11.
And the speed limit on the on any taxiway is 20 knots. So we'll just have to be very mindful of that. I am flying with the joystick, so I have to be on and off the button. But if you had rudder pedals, then you could just apply some light pressure, and it wouldn't look so jerky. Looks like we have clearance to cross the runway anyway, so we're just going to carry on. It's trying to keep us below 20 knots, but this plane wants to go. See where we're parking up ahead there. Here's our hangar. Go straight in. Looks like he wants us going straight in. Stop before I hit him. There we go. Okay, and we'll shut down our engines. And our generators. Turn off our lights. Actually, we'll leave our lights on for a quick photo op here. Gotta do it for Twitter. We're a little bit into that truck. I wonder if I can push back a little bit for a better photo. But we did it. Thank you everyone for your generosity, especially that, I mean, every dollar is going to make a huge difference in bringing us a little bit of joy to what is some pretty dark times for our healthcare workers, and yeah, can't thank anyone enough that was able to help contribute today. We'll just push this plane back just a little bit, so we're not, you know, taking a photo of the wing stuck in a truck. Okay, that's good. And there we have it. So now we'll turn off our lights. And our battery. So that was a 2-hour and 43-minute flight from Winnipeg to Toronto. The first flight was 2 hours and 22 minutes for a total, oh, what's that number? 5 hours of flight. So a long trip for a patient makes zero sense why, or logistically why we're sending a patient that far. But this is where we're at. Thank you very much, everyone, for your support today. It means so much. $968 raised, and I'm really looking forward to spreading some joy next week. So stay tuned to my Twitter at @ChadOmen, and I'll be sharing some pictures and whatever I can to show how this is going to make a difference. Thanks, everyone, for your day, and talk again soon.